Agni, thank you for the follow. Hadn't even had a chance to start the stream yet. Howdy everybody. Happy Tuesday. We're back in Factorio. Last time we were working on upgrading our AUG build. We've got the rendering portion done here. And apparently I put a bunch of extra belts in. But what we don't yet have is the AUGs themselves. We're waiting on a couple of techs for that. We need to get to AUGs stage 2. What else did we do last time? I don't remember. Everything's been kind of working up towards this, getting ourselves unblocked. Do I stream? I don't stream the GTNH, just because, one, it's a slow game for a stream. It's pretty grindy. But also just getting the, it's much easier to edit if I just record the parts that I want to be in the video. It's much easier to edit a couple hours of footage instead of 20 hours of footage. So I don't stream the GTNH. You watched all 20 today. Wow. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for coming by. I do occasionally stream some other modded Minecraft stuff, but just not the GTNH, because it's a hard one to stream and edit down from a stream. Okay, so what do we need to start working on? KDE, I'm on standard arch, not cachey, but yep. I love that people can tell just from, gotta be the cursor. Where am I going? I'm going up to here. So today, other than needing to grow AUGs, I'm not really sure what else is on the to-do list. We've got thermosolar in the tech queue, but that's after AUGs. We do have some stuff we're going to need to make for the thermosolar, I think. Yeah, trackers, mirrors. That's probably stuff that we want to just do. Are mirrors used for other things? They're used in a Relesia turd. Otherwise, just the LFR panels. All right, so yeah, all of that stuff, the trackers and the mirrors, we'll just do at the mall. It's not worth putting those on rails. Wow, that was atrocious. There you go. Thanks again for the follow. And thanks for watching the Greg Tech stuff. Okay. While we're waiting for energy drink, what can we actually be doing right now? How are the yachts going? We still are sitting at 2. Why don't we have more of these guys yet? CDNA. What's wrong with CDNA? Moss gene samples. Oh, we're right on the edge of getting a delivery, too. And Moss gene samples are waiting on Moss. Didn't I just, like, fix moss? Oh, okay. This is iron. Moss is stalling on iron. Got it. This makes sticks fast enough that these belts feeding the iron sticks to all of these sand collectors, sand extractors, this belt should always be saturated. So this just hadn't gotten iron for a while. And then we're looping back around to iron isn't running consistently because we don't have oleochemicals. Yeah, everything else is looking pretty okay. Oxygen is iffy, but we just expanded oxygen. And then the oleochemicals are the problem. And oleochemicals need lard, and lard is the whole reason we're redoing OGs. So we're still basically waiting on these two techs to fix iron. But at least we should have moss for a little while now that it got a delivery of molten iron to run the system. That's seaweed. Yeah, these are starting to turn on again. Do I have moss 4 yet? No. It's just a couple techs away. What does moss 4 have as an input? Stone, coarse fraction, limestone, muddy sludge, CO2. Oh, it just adds a limestone input. Okay. Limestone is free. That should drop our molten iron requirement for moss if we switch over to moss 4. If we look at the spreadsheets, let's just see what that looks like real quick. So yeah, this is what we've got, I think, right now. It says 75 moss farms. We probably have, like... Okay, we have 80, because that is what looked nice. We duplicate this page. Let's just see what it looks like with moss 4. Still moss farm 1s, still normal moss modules. Yeah, like half the number of moss farms. More importantly, what is the... Oh, it actually uses more iron. Interesting. Because it uses so much more coarse fraction. But here's a question. Oh my god, it's ratioed. Well, there you go. So at this point, we do make a stupendous amount of spare sand, though. And we'll still need to do something for stone. But we could just do soil extraction, because the coarse fraction and the limestone are ratioed. The problem is we have to get 4 belts of sand out of this system. I'm also curious... The coarse fraction turd feeds itself. So if we were to take... And I don't think I've taken a moss turd. Whoops, I went too far with my right clicks. So if we do... If we did do the turd version... Yeah, we would just need limestone, which we can get, and stone that we'd still pull from iron sticks. This spits out a little bit of spare coarse fraction even, and gives us... What is this program? This is YAFC, Y-A-F-C, yet another factorial calculator. It It works a little bit better with Pyanodons than some of the other solvers because it does well when you have recipes that loop, where you have like their inputs going into their outputs, like this coarse fraction. The in-game solvers have gotten better at doing things like this, and I'm sure people that know those solvers better than I do can talk about them, but I've been using YAFC for a long time, so it's just sort of what I default to. What does it get us down to? 4.3. So we can reduce our iron needs with this recipe, but only if we also take the turd. But having them just take care of their own coarse fraction is really nice. Turds are a Pyanodons mod thing. Technological upgrade and research device. But they tend to change the way that buildings work, either giving productivity buffs or alternate outputs or changing the inputs. I have a bunch that I haven't actually taken yet, including moss. But yeah, so it looks like if what I care is reducing the iron input, then Moss 4 is really only worth it if I take the coarse fraction turd. Otherwise, it uses more iron. Which is silly. At least in a setup like this, where I'm feeding all of the stone and coarse fraction locally from iron sticks, which is probably not the best choice, but whatever. All right, but has this gotten... Not yet. I don't know how bad our backlog of moss is. Pretty bad. All right, it's going to take a minute before this gets a delivery of moss, and then this at least should get a delivery of the gene samples pretty quickly, and the only thing using those is going to be this. So we should get our cDNA to the mall, whoops, wrong button, pretty quickly. If we're not going to try to bootstrap the new AUG modules, and we're only going to use the new recipes, and I think that's what I decided on. If I look in YAFC, yes, that is what I decided on. We should actually be able to start the new AUG build. I don't need this for any buildings. I only need it for the recipe. So we can go in and we can reroute everything. We can get all the inputs and outputs figured out for the upgraded build. And then as soon as we get this tech done, we can set the recipe. Now the question is, do I have the things for the AUG build? Your glassware, your fan yachts. No, I never started the request. Shoot. Okay. Grab the shopping list then. There's a lot of stuff in this. Let's do a warehouse. Paste this down. What did that say I'm going to need for sap trees? 224? All right. Let's see how we're doing on sap tree modules. 120. All right. We got half of what we need. Why are we stopped? We don't have bone meal. Oh, boy. Are we just, like, burning through all of our bones? Fish give bones, but fish are turned off at the moment because we're sitting at plenty of fish oil. Vrocs don't give bones because they're bugs. These guys will give bones when they run, right? Yeah, Trits will give bones and the Augs will give bones. All right. We might just have to get Augs started with out the full sap input. J Drifter, 8 months. Holy crap. Thank you so much. What am I doing? I need to make sure that we can be making all the buildings we need. We've got the repro complexes Mark II. I don't see the Aug paddocks happening. Wrong combinator. This one, this one. Yeah, we need to put the Aug paddocks into the auto crafter. Now we should see that those patterns are both running somewhere. Maybe not. Oh, did I put those in the wrong? No, surely not. Oh, the Mark II paddocks need... Shoot. I didn't even think about that. Okay. That's fine. Well, it's not great, but what it means is that we're going to upgrade this in place with just the Mark I buildings for now. Which means that all we're really doing is changing the recipe and reworking the inputs and outputs. We're not going to have... Because we have a bunch of text we need to go through to get to land animals too. Shoot. Yeah, that's behind Arthurians and Cridans and microbiology and fiberglass. And apparently graphene and genetics stage 4 and scrondrixes. Yeah, and there's nothing in this even that looks like it needs those inputs. Maybe some of these other secondary buildings do. What are my settings? I think I'm on Java 25. I'm using Java 17. So I should probably switch that over to Java 25 at some point. But right now it's still on Java 17. 8 gig of RAM and no other weird settings. Oh, is the server on 25? I do run split. I run a server locally and connect my client to it, because that does help with some performance and garbage collection issues. So yeah, the server is running Java 25 with 12 gig of RAM, and otherwise it's all the default settings from the GTNH server configuration, it looks like. But I have it set to a fixed size heap of 12 gigs, which should be more than enough for anything. So XMS 12 and XMX 12. And then the client, I'm running 8 gigs and Java 17, apparently. All right, as far as this goes, we are going to be able to put down... We're going to need the sap extractor still. Shoot, I did not realize. So we might want to get AUG2's bootstrapping then. Yeah, and I'm on Linux, obviously, so like memory allocation and usage is going to be different than on Windows, both from the way the JVM works on those platforms and also just the underlying OS, right? And I have 64 gigs of RAM, so for me, giving 12 to the server and 8 to the client is still... I still have so much memory left over. You don't want to push the heap size too big, or else the JVM will accumulate too much garbage, and then the garbage collection pauses get worse, which can make your frame time inconsistent, especially client side. Server side, I don't know if it's as big of a deal. But you see it even in vanilla Minecraft sometimes. You'll get little hitches in frame time inconsistency from 10 for the server and 8 for the client on 32 should be plenty. Even 8 and 8 is probably fine. I set mine to 12 because I can. Not because I thought I needed it. Yeah, these are stalled. Everything's broken. I don't think memory speed is a huge factor in Minecraft, so I don't... Should be fine. It's about your total amount of memory, and as long as you have enough headroom in your system, I think using 16 gigs for your gaming on a 32 gig system is plenty of headroom for everything else. You could probably get away with using 24 gigs of your memory, even on Windows. Okay, let's... If we're not going to use Mark II buildings, then we need to use Mark II modules to get enough stuff out of this build. And that means that we're going to have to make an AUG Mark II bootstrapper. We're going to need these guys. So, have I started to look at that yet? I have not. For Minecraft, it probably doesn't matter just because of how the JVM works. It's always gonna optimize for your actual hardware. I prefer mainline Arch just because I don't trust smaller, weirder distros. Not that Kashi is that small anymore. But I use this computer for things other than gaming, right? So even though I use Arch, I still need it to be relatively stable. All right, so this is the initial bootstrap tech, and we're going to need energy drinks. And obviously we're not making... I guess we should just prod those. And this is going to get us our very first couple of Mark IIs. I have a sound button. I have my system set up with Pipewire. I don't know if that's the default these days or not. So yeah, all my stuff is just using the default KDE. There's an audio manager button in my system tray, although I don't know if I had to install something special for that. You might need to make sure you install like the whole KDE Meta or Plasma Meta package and not just the base package. I don't know if it's an optional package that includes that. Okay, so once we have our first couple of AUG Mark IIs, we're gonna start running these ones. Yeah. And this is 3 in 30 seconds. So close, but not quite. Oh, and we're using Mark I buildings. So it actually is very close to that. Okay, this is fine. We'll do the milk barrels on site because we transport milk as a fluid. We need a little bit of bedding, moss. How does this compare to what's in the actual AUG build? Like, what else do we need that isn't in this build? Moss is good. Should I do the moss on site for this? I feel like I should do the moss on site for this. That's like the better part of a belt of moss. Oh, I can speed module these. We should do that. Speed module that too and get it down to 1. Awesome. If we're gonna speed module that, I need to change the requests though. We only need 10 of these, not 20, and we need another 20 modules. And then we only need 1 barreling machine if we're going to speed module that. And that's another 2 modules. All right, it looks like we do have all of the buildings there for that part of the build, but if we're going to do an AUG2 bootstrapper, because we don't get access to the Mark II buildings yet, we're going to need a couple more things. We'll make albumin on site. We'll bring in casein. We'll bring in Corlax milk. We'll have moss. This is just a lot of moss, and I'm concerned about trying to ship that in. Linux is up to 4% on the desktop. That's impressive, actually. I mean, if we tried to do this, this would be stupid, right? Yeah. So we need at least recipe 2. And if we're gonna do recipe 2, we may as well do recipe 3. And then we're like back into this. All right. Because of Windslop, yeah. I mean, I've been saying that for 20 years now. I'm glad the world finally caught on. Okay, this should work. If we do the moss on site. So let's do this one then. Change the shopping list over. Yeah, this is going to bring a bunch of moss modules. That's fine. Oh, do we actually have Mars Farm Mark IIs? Is that a thing? Find out shortly. Yeah, we can get Mars Farm Mark IIs. Okay, good. And we have all the stuff that we need for those. So those will get built fine. And then as far as the Mark II bootstrapper goes, we're going to have moss. We're going to have sap. Are we going to have seaweed? We'll need to bring in seaweed. We'll need to bring in concentrated seed syrup. Oh boy, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Seed X. What is this? Okay. I think we need to just make an energy drink build. This is complicated enough. I don't want to do it on site. So that's a whole new build that I wasn't planning on making today. But if we don't have, again, if we don't have access to the Mark II AUG buildings, then we only need a few energy drinks, technically, because once we get our first couple of AUG Mark IIs, and I guess we should act as if this is going to be moduled. Act as if it's all going to be moduled with the new one, the bigger ones, because we will want to switch over to those. And then, yeah, Corlex, milk, the barrels will loop. We'll bring in the milk, that's fine. Albumin we'll do on site. Casein we can bring in. Seaweed we could probably just do on site, because it's not that much seaweed. I take it back. That's, well, 3 buildings, whatever. Yeah, we'll just do that on site. No, it's a small enough amount we can ship it in. That's the whole reason we have central seaweed, is so that for small builds we can ship it in. We're going to need the quality AUG food, and we're going to need energy drinks to both happen in separate builds. So quality AUG food, frauded. There we go. What are the inputs to this? We'll do native flora on site. Relegias we can bring in. Casein we can bring in. Tree seeds we make on site. Ash we can bring in. Moss we can bring in. Yeah, we can bring in all of this stuff. Steam we'll do like that. Okay, no big deal there for the quality og food. Everything that feeds into this is fine. I don't think we have a central phagogy build, but we do. Okay. How much does it make? 3 a second? How much do we need? 0.5 a second. How's that build looking? Fully output buffered. So I'm gonna say we make plenty. And we can also almost certainly upgrade this build if we want to at this point. So... do we have a phagogy 3 recipe? We don't have a phagogy 3 recipe, but we can switch over to phagogy Mark II plantations. And that would get us up to like 6 a second. Yep. So maybe we should do that, but for now... we'll leave it be. If we need more phagogy, we'll get more phagogy. Okay, so quality og food is easy. It's going to be the energy drinks that are going to be a pain. So energy drinks, prodded. Actually, 1.68 a second. Concentrated seed syrup, also prodded, and this is going to be the annoying part because we have to do the seed extract on site. We can't prod that. Grod seeds, okay, we bring in Grod, that's fine. Tree seeds, we do the same way we always do tree seeds. Renias. Do I even have Renias? Have I done Renias? No. Okay. Guess what? We have a whole new plant to do. We do not need 1 a second. We need 0.1 a second. Which... let's see. 4 in 100 seconds... oh, but that's not the actual speed that the building's going to be at when it's fully moduled. And this is why we just do this. Okay. Oh, except we're also going to need some that feed back into the seeds. So we're going to need closer to 3. 3. Water on site. Soil on site, fertilizer we bring in, half a course fraction a second. I think we can bring in. We should be making enough around the base for that. And the manure bacteria we need to make on site. Renia is used in Pi 3, but just 1 to 2 plantations worth. Okay. So it's probably worth... Oh, it's probably used in an intermediate somewhere, isn't it? I don't see it feeding into my... Unless I already put Renia into here. I don't see it. Start from this side. Ah, it's used in the propolis. Okay. Yeah. I knew that I needed Dilmos for that, but didn't realize I needed Renias as well. Did I put the propolis in here? Doesn't look like it. I did. It's in here somewhere. There's so much crap in this. Where's Arcod Propolis? Dingrits, Scrondrixes. Oh, I had it outside of the build. That's why. Hey, Leo Redbone. Thanks for stopping by. Oh. Always happy to try to toss raids around to other Factorio players. I saw this and I lost it. Here it is. Arcod Propolis. So we need to uncheck this so it relinks here. I don't know why I pulled this out instead of having it in Pi Science 3, but whatever. 0.056. All right. That's the number I was looking for. 0.095 plus 0.056 is close to 0.15. This is 0.11. Okay, so we should do one more. Maybe two more. If I'm feeling really adventurous. I am a Linux user. I'm on Arch with KDE Plasma as my desktop environment. Do we have the Renia Mark II building is the question. Yeah, Botany Stage 2 gives it to us. One of these. Cool. So we can jump right to the Mark II buildings. No problem there. Awesome. So I think this looks good. Other than that, we're going to need a lot of Renias for, like, Bootstrap. Oh, and Agar needs to happen on site, I guess. Okay. So we've got a little bit of a Renia build to do, which is going to support energy drinks as well as Pi-Sci 3. We're going to have the quality AUG food, and then we should be able to start thinking about the actual AUG 2 breeder and get that up and running. I guess SAP is on site, isn't it? Okay. So that should work fine. And then the AUG upgrade itself, we're going to basically keep the current shape of the build and just put the AUG Mark II modules in. And eventually we will get the Mark II buildings at the same time. And then our ratio magically works. We get the 4:20 that I apparently designed this build for in the first place. Although we should make sure that we're making our moss and everything that needs to happen locally needs to happen at a big enough scale for this 4 to 20 to work. So I actually need to re-export our shopping list. Because even though we're not going to get the Mark II buildings right away, we're still going to need, we're going to need more sap extractors. We're going to need more. Yeah, and that's fine. We don't actually need the repro complexes or the paddocks because those are already on site. And then the AUG bootstrapper. I don't think there's anything else we can do module-wise, so I think this looks good for what we're going to build. Other than that, I guess I could use 2 Mark I centrifuges instead of a single Mark II. Whatever. We'll keep the build small. We'll use one of them. Nah, we'll use 2. It's fine. The repro complex is so big. All right, let's start naming these things. And let's also clear out anything we're not using. This one is the AUG2 breeder. All right. And then we've got energy drink, quality AUG food. Oh, and we need to get Renias started. Let's see about getting Renias started in our plant bootstrapper. So we're going to allow Renias, and then if I grab the shopping list for the Renia build... oh, nope, not quite. We're missing something. We need heat, which could be a bunch of burners, or it could be just one coal power plant. Okay, one coal power plant is fine. Yeah, that's a question. The incubator Mark II, I know I have some somewhere. Entity. Incubator 2. Required temperature 200. Okay. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that the Mark IIs didn't have too high of a temperature. So yeah, we'll just run this off of... I hate to run it off of coal when we don't have any other coal or ash inputs. But if we run it off of burners... There is no burner Mark II. It's very little fiber, though. Alright, yeah, we'll just run it off 3 burners. There's already a bunch of, like, inputs and outputs to this, and I don't want to have an ash output added to the system. Oh, and that's the wrong steam burner. Electric steam, please, and efficiency modules. Okay. That looks fine now. So if we shopping list this... Let's do it to a warehouse, just because all those Renias are going to take up a huge amount of space. Import that. Not that we should do all 300 of these Renias in the mall, but we should now see that these want to run. Yeah. Look at that. And again, we really shouldn't let this do all 300, but sunflower DNA samples and Renia codex. All right, the DNA samples need to be in this one. Those will get started. I should just prod these, shouldn't I? I don't really care about the speed of these machines that are bootstrapping codexes. Like, they're always going to be slow. It doesn't matter. I do care that they use a bunch of science packs as input, though. And the Renia Codex needs to be in this segment because that's made in a normal assembler. And that should have been picked up by something. Yeah. Yeah, and this thinks it wants to make 300 of these. We're not doing that. That's too many. We will grab... Let's do like 10. Oh, and we need to put the Renia actual building also into our allow list for the autocrafters. Okay. That's everything for Renias. And then, yeah, the Mark 1s should have been auto-requested. Pumps? I didn't put pumps down here? No, I guess I never did. I just did engines. Okay, that's fine. Sweet. The auto mall is auto malling. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. I'm so happy with this. I know I say this like every stream, but like every time I see this thing going crazy, it makes me quite happy. All right, we got Renias. We've got... This is the upgraded AUG build, which is mostly just waiting on sap extractors. Because we're not going to get the AUG modules. Those are on site. We're not going to get all the moss. That's silly. And we're certainly not going to get all the sap trees initially. So once we have... We probably do have enough sap extractors that we could do the build and just blueprint in the other half of them, but... The Renia build, we're waiting on the buildings and on a few of the flowers themselves. Those are waiting on... Oh, we don't have fertilizer in the mall. Okay, that's easy. Add that to one of our requesters. And where's the other place I do it? Here. All right, that'll dispatch fertilizer to the mall. We've got to do the quality AUG food and the energy drink as well. We should be able to do the energy drink build, even though we don't have the Renias yet. It just won't actually start. Ooh, how much sugar are we making around the base right now? Not a lot. 0.5. And where do we use it? Just in pluripotent stem cells, which is 0.4. And energy drinks also want 0.4. So we should really, well, one, we should prod it. If we're going to prod it, that means upgrading to Mark II buildings. And then we scale up to... That's not quite right. Oh, because we get prod at 2 stages. Sorry. So it should be 0.72. There we go. That's the build. All right. So we'll upgrade sugar. Hopefully that's not pulling too many Tufras, and this is where, like, we're falling down the rabbit hole. We make 1.76. That's probably plenty. So we need to upgrade sugar. We'll grab the shopping list for that. Give all these names so I can actually tell what I'm looking at. All right, it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run the ads. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water while that happens. I recommend you guys do the same. Stretch your legs, hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back, we will pick one of these builds, whatever the mall has, like, completed the builds for, and jump into it. I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes. We're back. All right, I was just looking at Moss, which is having issues with muddy sludge and CO2, although that might just be because this needs its train limit set to something that's not 1. There we go. Now we're dispatching all the trains that this actually needs very quickly. So we have plenty of moss and CO2, it just wasn't ending up here. This whole thing can make, what, 2 belts of moss a second? Yeah. And we could actually double this up to 4 belts of moss a second if we felt so inclined. We'd have to basically double this build and then upgrade all of these to tier 2 buildings. But at that point, like, the loading and unloading speed of the trains is going to start to be an issue. Pushing more than 2 or 3 belts at a time through a single train station with 1-1 trains is actually tough, turns out. Okay. Let's start. Let's see what we've got as far as builds that are ready to go. Energy drink needs a couple of things still. Quality aug food. Oh! We're out of red chips. That's gonna slow down getting all the buildings we need, isn't it? Alright, what's up with red chips? Capacitors. Aluminum? Oh, okay. What's up with my aluminium? Is it just insufficient to keep up with what we're trying to do? Is that the situation? Let's check that out. Let's just see what aluminium looks like. So electrolytic capacitors are pulling 5 a second aluminium pulp. And the plate... Okay, this says we're pushing out 10 a second pulp, plus some amount of aluminum plate and molten aluminum. Did we stall? Let's check production stats. No. Oh, wait, that's 10 minutes. Past hour, we've had a couple of dips, but nothing crazy. Okay. I don't have anything else that pulls aluminium pulp, do I? Aluminium pulp stage 1. Ingredients. Aluminium pulp. MOSFETs. Oh, they pull 10 a second on their own. Which means that we're actually pulling 15 a second aluminium pulp? Okay, that's still nothing. Do I have my priorities set wrong so that this isn't actually always exporting the pulp? Oh, yes. Okay, that's the problem. So, yes, my aluminum demand is too high. But what's happening is I have this is inverted. This needs to be the other way around. We want to always provide the pulp stage 1, because that's, like, necessary for red chips, which are important infrastructure. And then we overflow that to the rest of the metal processing. And the way I've got it set up right now, probably because when I first set up aluminium pulp and red chips, we weren't trying to run red chips at full speed at all because there were 30 other things that were bottlenecking them. It was make the aluminium plate and then whatever extra could get used for red chips. But now that we're doing Mark II buildings for everything and we really need red chips to be running all the time, this has got to change. Except with the right pipes that actually connect to each other. There we go. And this is just going to stop making molten aluminum and aluminum plate for a little while, which should actually be okay. Because it's going to have to buffer a lot of the aluminum pulp before it's caught up. All right. That is working. At least that was a quick fix. I like quick fixes. I think I do... Do I want to double this moss production? I'm really not happy about how much moss needs to be on site for Augs. That's really the situation. But I think that because... pardon me. This is just a lot of moss to push through no matter what. Like, when this is fully up to Mark II buildings and Mark II modules, it's going to be pulling nearly 2 belts a second of moss. So I think we just have to make it on site. I just don't think it's feasible to do otherwise. It's just going to be part of the build. And we're just going to have to accept that. 7.2 a second bedding. We probably didn't actually build bedding up to that scale, did we? This is going to be like twice the scale that we actually built everything up to. Yeah. Because we were building up for... I think I was going to do the Mark II buildings without the... with the Mark I modules, but now I've kind of swapped and we're going to do the Mark I buildings with the Mark II modules. But either way, we do eventually want to upgrade this fully. So, like, yes, this says we need more bedding than we make, but we're not actually going to use that much. We're not actually going to use this much kick elk. We're only going to use about half of everything that this says as the input quantities. The fun part is going to be trying to figure out, like... how much... Yeah, the fiber we're going to have to stack, which is fine. Native flora is going to be stacked. That's more than a stacked yellow belt, so we're going to have to drag a red belt for the native flora. Moss is just a red belt unstacked coming in. But yeah, figuring out all of these inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 inputs. Bedding, og food, and water barrels. I think we can... Sushi belt... But some of these things really want to be just, like, their own belt, even... We might have to stack some things. They come in stacked onto, like, a red belt sushi belt. Maybe we can fit everything we need. Maybe. I, All right, we're going to have to think about the logistics of all of this and how it's all actually going to come in. That's going to be fun. But otherwise, I think this is going to be fine. I don't love how much coarse fraction and stone we need, but it is what it is. I don't love that we have to bring in these extra items, but that is what that is. This is going to have to do. All right, first things first, let's do the builds that we can. Well, we can't do any of them, can we? Because everything's kind of blocked on red chips. Like, we don't have the buildings we need for anything. All right. Aluminium pulp did get delivered. Let's just keep an eye on what's going on with red chips. Let's make sure they look like they're all turning on again. Yeah. Electrolytic caps are running. Oh, and that was right at the cusp of a delivery. So that's going to be a delivery to red chips. I might have to just hand deliver the red chips that we have up to the mall. And I don't think that's going to be enough, but it will at least get some of the buildings going, get some of the requests starting to be fulfilled again. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting around forever waiting for a delivery of red chips to the mall. I could go through these builds and like try to reevaluate where we really need tier 2 buildings and where we don't, because like, okay, we could use tier 1 buildings for sap extractors, just we need 250 of them. We could use tier 1 buildings for anything that takes prod modules. We don't want to do that because tier 1 buildings only take 1 module, but tier 2 buildings take 2. And we want the extra prod. You know, 60 moss farms is freaking huge, right? This is practically as big as our other moss build already. In the Renias, we're only using tier 2 buildings, really, where we have... Oh, one botanical nursery. That should be a Mark 1. I can swap that over in the requester. Everything here has modules, so that's all Mark 2 buildings. Everything here... I guess we only need a Mark 1 flora collector for this, but otherwise everything's using modules. And these are using modules. Okay. So, what did I say we can change? Quality Aug food doesn't need the Mark II flora collector. And energy drink... No, Renia... doesn't need a tier 2 botanical nursery. Tier 1 is fine. And that tier 2, I don't think gets used anywhere. I think that's just going back into storage. So that was already a sunk cost, but... Have we made any more Saptree Mark IIs? Have they gotten bones? They have not gotten bones. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, complex circuits are running again. $1,200 chips. Not a lot. Hopefully enough to get the mall running again. Throw those right in my trash slots, and they will be delivered. And I can, like, turn off the requests for whatever we don't want to build first, right? So, like, if we want to do sugar first, we'll leave sugar on. But we could turn off, well... Yeah, I don't think it's worth turning any of the small ones here off. And we want to get all these ones started anyway. The sugar, the quality dog food, and the energy drinks all need to get started. The AUG2 breeder... I guess I could turn off for now. 8 sap extractors. And then the Renias, yeah, I mean, it's fine. We're actually not building that many more buildings. Oh, and the Fanyots are almost done as well, so we'll be able to do those soon. Creature chambers are rolling along. Yeah, we ran out of Logi Science here. That doesn't surprise me. How many Renias did we actually manage to craft before we ran out of? Zero. Okay. Yeah, apparently we didn't have enough logistics science to even run one of them. How is Logi Science doing? It's stopped. Is it stopped because it's full? I mean, there's a lot of it. All right. Well, I think what we're going to do then is we will set up a station here. And I am almost certainly immediately going to regret the choice I'm about to make, but we're going to make it anyway. So this is going to try to deliver Logi and automation science packs into the mall. Are Pi 1s actually used for anything? No. Logi are. Yeah, they're used for a bunch of DNA samples. And interestingly, we're going to need science packs when we start looking at the Arthurians. That's a different thing. That's just going to feed into like our whole balance of science pack production for the whole base. And what we may want to do if we look at unified science here, do I have the Arthurians in here? Yeah. He's used such a small amount that, like, it doesn't even show up as a... Yeah. Like, we'll round Logi Science up to 4 buildings. We'll round Chem Science up to 4. We'll round Automation up to 9. And that'll be plenty for the Arthurians, and that'll allow some of them to the mall when we're done with the full build up to Pi 3. Okay, that's fine. I'm not worried about it then. Yeah, there was a little bit of automation science in there, but otherwise... Okay, cool. There's enough science packs buffered at automation and logi level that it's able to make a delivery. Even with our current scale of those. We scaled those up, didn't we? Did I scale them up to... yes, those are scaled up to what we needed based on the new unified science view. More, in fact. I think we only calculated needing 9, but I didn't put a second prod module in all those, so those are just wrong. Logi Science is at 4 buildings. Okay, so yeah, I rescaled most of that science for Pi-Sci 3 tier already. I remember this now. I did do that. It does look like I need to go drop more prod modules in automation science, though. But do we have... Oh, do we have scrubbers in the allow list? That might be the problem here. Aha, there you go. I was missing that one. Quality AUG food, we've got everything for. Sugar, we've got everything for. The AUG 2 breeder, we're waiting on a couple more sap extractors. Sap modules are still waiting on bones, which is all stalled on the AUGs themselves. Let's grab that. Okay, that's everything for the AUG 2 bootstrapper. Sugar's good. Quality AUG food is good. We're just waiting on the one scrubber. All right, and it is getting everything that it needs. So we should be able to go do all of those builds shortly. Renias are waiting on deliveries of science packs, which we have. Excellent. So that should get the Renias going. Okay. I think we're in better shape. I think those red chips were enough. And hopefully now that... Do I grab the stuff for the Mark II breeder? We're still waiting on the tech for that. 10-minute estimate. We'll just grab it. First things first, let's go upgrade sugar to the bigger scale that we're going to need there. I probably should also double check Tufras and expand those if I'm not making enough potatoes, but whatever. Oh, let me label these builds that I never labeled. That's, what's this one up here? Photos. Nope. Where am I going? Sugar should be somewhere over here. Yeah, there it is. We probably don't have to expand sugar because I don't think we're really using the pluripotent stem cell build at, like, full capacity. But modules. There we go. All right, that should be good. This dropped down this other pulp mill because there was already one here. We don't actually need it. But it's there for the future. I brought a second one. We may as well leave it there. All right, sugar, done. Quality og food and energy drink builds can kind of happen anywhere. I mean, maybe we just start doing it all right here. Do the quality og food, the energy drink, and the og 2 breeder all like right here. I don't hate that plan. Let's, however, go get more asphalt because I think I'm out of asphalt. I guess we don't have to. It's just that this section did not get paved. I think because I was out of asphalt when I built this section, so. All right, we're going to do energy drink first because we have the tech for that already. Do I put guar or guar seeds on rails right now? All of the above. Okay. Apparently, I decided when I did that build to just push everything out. Yes. Well, no. Aha. That's probably what we need. So we've got what? 2/3 of this of the seeds are routed to make the gum. And the rest of it loops to... I mean, yeah, that's about right. We're just missing this underground belt. Ugh, all right. Let's go fix it. It's literally the opposite corner of the base from where I am right now, but it needs to be fixed. I guess I could do this build without fixing it. We're just not going to see this build turn on. I always get nervous about starting a build up when I can't actually see all my inputs and outputs happening, but... All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different inputs. Here, I think we're just going to do this. I think this is just going to be 3 train stations. So, solid drop-off. Hmm... 6 inputs is just such an annoying number. Do we share any of those inputs with the quality aug food? And the answer is yes, we do. That is a total of 9 inputs. But we can share log. I'm just trying to think if we can set up our stations in a way that we do 5 inputs here plus 2 stations of inputs here, which will include logs, and then we share logs between both builds. That's fine. And then this also has a fluid input for the CO2 and an output. This has no fluid inputs and its output, and that'll be a total of 6 stations. 3 solid inputs, 1 fluid input, 2 outputs. We do have to worry about native flora decay. Shoot, that's a 7th station. Ooh, and seed extract decay. That's an 8th station. Okay, in that case... I'm not going to bother trying to share things. We're just going to go a little bit taller and just call it a day. And this will end up with 2 input stations for energy drinks. Yes. Good. All right, I think our first input is going to be the Renias. War seeds. Grod and logs. And that's all the inputs to make the seed extract. And then the seed extract is going to need to be combined with sugar and aluminum plate. Cool. And then we're going to have 2 outputs. 1, 2. And one of these is going to be the actual energy drinks, and one of them is going to be for BioCrud in case we do have any spoiled. I could definitely, if I had built these a little more compactly. Problem is this already has trains dispatched, doesn't it? Yeah. Turn off the requests here, turn off the requests here. I'm going to try to rebuild this a little bit more compactly, because I think we can actually fit 5 stations at least along 3 segments here. So I need these trains to all arrive. I guess we can start practicing what that looks like here, though. Because for the other side, for the quality og food, we're going to need, I think it's going to be 2 drop-off stations, but I'm going to reconfigure them for big input chests. And then a pickup station for the food. And potentially a pickup station for decayed native flora. Oh, I forgot we need native flora for this. Shoot, we might not even be able to do this here. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right. Well, we can still do energy drink here. We just can't do quality og food here. And in that case, we can use both sides of the track for the stations we need for for the energy drink. So there's no sense making this longer than a standard requester. All right. In that case, we've got single fluid drop-off, and that's going to be carbon dioxide. And then we're going to have our two possible outputs. All right. Changed my mind about what I was doing like 3 different times through this, but I think we're good now. Clean up these ores that we're not using. Okay. So, first things first is we're going to need a little bit of processing, turning our 4 inputs here. Well, 3 of them need to get turned into seeds, and then one of them just comes out as is. Okay. I shouldn't do this. Even though we're only using a fraction of each of these botanical nurseries, in case I do decide to scale this up to like 10x its current scale, I want us to have... So yeah, we're going to have Grodd, we're going to have Renias, and we're going to have logs all coming out. And then each of these is going to need to come to its own little thingy. Grodd feeds a botanical nursery. Also Renia. Yeah. Obviously, we're not going to be getting the Renias yet because we haven't done that build. But that'll be those 2 ingredients. And then logs are going to be their own thing. That comes down to a wood processing unit. One log a second in. And that comes to an automated factory making tree seeds. And then tree seed output will come back around somehow. This is kind of messy, but... And then our last output is going to be the guar. There we go. All of that feeds pulp mill, making seed extract. All right. For now, one of each inserter is plenty. It's not going to be plenty if we tried to run this thing full scale. You could see those ratios, that much guar bean seed, but we're not trying to run this thing at that kind of scale yet, so that's fine. Output. This thing is going to need to be circuited so that it only runs when we need concentrated seed syrup. So we're going to have the scrubber up here making the concentrated seed syrup. And this also needs sugar, which is going to come from up here. .2 items, not a problem. And then I'm going to put a little buffer tank on the seed syrup here. And what we're going to say is that hold all belts, read contents, and actually we don't want to hook it up directly to that. I need a combinator. Hold all belts. All right. If seed syrup is less than, I don't know, 5,000, what does this tank hold? 30,000? Yeah, 5,000's fine. This makes 10 a second. If we've got 5,000 in here, then this has not been, we haven't been outputting energy drinks for a while. And sugar is greater than let's, you know what? We can be silly here. If we do this, and we want this to be sugar divided by 5. Output sugar. And then we want S minus seed extract. Output X. And then we say feed that into here. And we say X is greater than 0. And what that says is yeah, we're outputting 13 here. There's 0. So we'll, yeah. So this says there's room for 8 seed extract. And this makes 1 per recipe. No, this makes 5 per craft. Okay. So then we just need to divide that by 5 again. Sure. Or what if we just do this? Each divided by 5 output. No, because we still have to divide sugar by 25. That's fine. So this is going to be sugar divided by 25. And this is going to be giant sugar cubes. There we go. Sugar divided by 25, and then seed extract divided by 5. And then we can do S minus E and that says we presently have enough sugar cubes and like do it like that, and now E should get bigger. Yeah. Because now it says we have 200 sugar cubes, which is enough to support 8 crafts. We currently have 0. Oh, the problem is that this is also going to floor. I want this to be like a div seal. I just need to do my order of operations differently. I need to divide everything by 5 after the subtraction. Okay. So we do divide by 5. That's 40. We subtract not E, but we subtract literally the number of seed extracts we want to be able to make, right? And that says we can make 40 seed extracts, which I'm going to call E. And then we grab one more arithmetic, and we do E over 5. And that way this will floor correctly. And we'll say an interesting top right combinator. I think it's right. right? It's the number of sugar cubes divided by 5 minus the number of seed extracts. Although, is that actually right? Yeah, because it's 5 sugar cubes per seed extract. Yeah. And then we divide that by 5. Oh, the signal's spelled... Oh. Yes, they would have, wouldn't they? Didn't even think about that. All right. There we go. I think these combinators are right now. And we divide by 5 again, and we end up at 8. But that should be doing all of our floors in the right places. And that's what I wanted to make sure we did, was we floored the number of crafts. All right. It's ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get some water. I recommend everyone else do the same. And when we come back, we'll finish this and keep going with the other builds we have to do. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. Concentrated seed syrup needs a water input. Let me get that. I don't know, here-ish. And then at the next step, we're feeding into, what, a chemical plant. We're jumping right into this again. Chemical plant here, which is going to make the actual energy drinks. It's gonna need a bunch of, I was gonna say steel, aluminum as an input. And it'll output energy drinks. Why am I going so... Oh, I accidentally turned off my legs. That's why I'm going so slowly. In theory, this should never have seed extract sitting around. This should never spoil. Because this, we always make sure that we have enough sugar for the amount of seed extract that we want to craft. And we always make sure that we have space for the concentrated seed syrup to go out. I'm gonna handle the decay anyway, but don't think it's necessary. How do I want to get this out of here? That's the question. This works. But yeah, in theory, we should never ever see this spitting out anything into this output. Which might be the first time I've ever been confident that I've managed to actually handle decay fully in a build. But this makes sure that we have enough sugar to process it, and it makes sure that we have enough space in the tank, so we should always use any seed extract that we make in this build. All right, Rhenias, we're not building yet. That's fine. And the Grodd seeds, we are waiting on. Or not Grodd, Guar. We're waiting on a fix. I have to go up there and add a underground that was missing from that build. What am I waiting for? Oh, CO2. That's what I didn't do up here. I knew there was one more thing. This shouldn't be too bad, though. Ooh, not right there. How about here? Cool. CO2. Done and done. So we just need to get the other plant products going, and this will be good. Quality og food, I have to go build near... native flora. So I need to find a spot where we have flora available, where I can set up a build. Maybe right here? Some right here as well. That's kind of on tracks, though. I think all of these patches are not, actually. Ew. I don't really have any good spots near where, like, we have stuff happening. Up here? We could hook it up, like, right here and connect it up to this patch. That's kind of a distance. What a pain. I don't really have many good spots with native flora nearby right now. We could go out this way. This isn't a very big build. How many stations does it need? Ooh, I also just realized something, and that something is that I'm an idiot. I missed that we need og pups for this phase 2 breeding thing. At least for the first phase of the breeder. There's really 2 different builds here. There's like the bootstrapper, and then there's the breeder. But this also needs native flora, so... Oh, and I didn't account for water barrels when I designed this, so we're going to need a barreling machine. But, like, here, let's move the, yeah, that, and then this one. They both need water barrels. Okay. Now I have a better idea of what the 2 sort of halves of the og bootstrapper are. Yeah, and they're also going to need a little bit of native flora. These are the ones that use the energy drinks, moss, and blood. And then these guys want Corlex milk and other stuff. Okay. In that case, what do we want to do? So this whole thing has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... It's only 6 barrels should loop. That's just a rounding error. It's only 6 inputs. Water, it's fine. And then Corlex milk and blood. So, like... I see 3 outputs, 4, because we're going to have spoiled native flora. 5, because we're going to have spoiled albumin. So that's 5 stations, plus a fluid station is 6, plus realistically 2 input stations. So that's 8 stations. All right, so this is actually going to be a big build just because of the train size in and out of it. Not really because it's actually a big build. I also am going to need another reproductive complex. And another barreling machine that I missed on the inputs. So let's get the requests for that. Renias, we have a couple. Big Aug build is still waiting for sap extractors. Probably we ran out of chips again. Nope, it's just slow. Okay. And treated wood. We do make treated wood, right? Yes. Did I break this creosote pipe? No. Are we out of creosote? That would be the stupidest thing. Holy crap. I'm gonna need to look into that. We might just need a whole bunch more tar processing set up in a way that tries to get us more creosote. Because, yeah, both of these are empty. Okay, that's cool. That's a whole different problem. Let me gather my thoughts for a second. I just saw like 4 different things. So, first things first, we need to fix Guar. We need to get that underground there. Second, I do need to actually put down this chest that's going to request our extra barreling machine. And our extra reproductive complex. We should be able to make that reproductive complex. No, we can't yet. No. So this has to be a Mark 1 to start with. No, we have Mark 2s. Why is the job not dispatched? It's there. Oh. Because, no, that is reproductive complex. Okay. Why are none of these grabbing it? Oh, there it is. Okay, it did get latched. I may just be blind. All right, so we'll get that other reproductive complex that we need, and that hopefully is going to be everything we actually need for... We've got the 2 centrifuges. it'll be 2 reproductive complexes, 2 aug paddocks, 2 barreling machines. I have 1, so that'll be the second one. Yep. 8 sap extractors. I've got those, and the sap trees for them. Okay, yeah, that's everything we're going to need. And then we'll also do the... I guess we'll do the quality aug food next door to the aug Mark II breeder, just because they both are going to need flora, native flora. And 1 flora miner is actually enough for both of those builds to run off of it, so I guess I could throw a second one in there, but all that's going to do is make biomass, which honestly is fine. We always need more biomass in the base. Throw 1 more in. This was a bunch of barrels that I had because I was going to try to add more barrels to the Corlex milk loop, but it doesn't actually need them. But it turns out I am going to need them for the aug bootstrapper, so we'll use that there. And welcome back, Agni. How's the Linux adventure going? Alright, and we do also have everything for the Fanyots, so we can get that build done. These guys are waiting for DNA samples, which are running just very slowly. That's fine. Because I've got them, like, ultra prodded. Yeah. If it's connecting and disconnecting on Ethernet, yeah, it could be a network driver issue, although that depends a lot on your hardware. That's getting into things that it's hard for me to give general advice to. And I don't really want to get into trying to do specific tech support. That's way off topic for the stream. I'm happy to give general Linux advice to people migrating to it, but I don't want to... You think you fixed it? Cool. Reproductive complex is what we're waiting for, and I think what I'm going to have to do... is... We're just going to go east. We could also go south from here. Or south from here. Maybe we go south from here. Or east from here. Let's go east from here. We'll go east here, and then we'll set up our build, I don't know, way over here somewhere. And that'll let us grab the native flora we need for this build. How's power doing? We're okay. How are red chips doing? They're still running. All right. Are they running consistently now? Yeah. Beautiful. For the past hour, look at that. And, you know, past 10 hours is less good. Oh yeah, those stopped for a long time. So that's how long aluminum's been broken. And what this probably means is that aluminum is oversubscribed. We do really need to consider expanding aluminum, because almost certainly, now that I changed that priority, we're going to see other things that use aluminum starting to fail. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that and plan to expand it sooner than later. Woo! That was some lag. Probably because I just forced, like, half the trains in the base to repath. Okay. So now, I guess we'll do the food first. Which is just... It's going to be 2 input stations and 2 output stations. Because it really is just a ton of inputs into an automated factory. That looks lopsided. I don't know what I did, but... Alright, drop off 1 and drop off 2. Oh, and we're out of train tracks. Okay, we're gonna have to run back up to the base. Or to the mall. The whole thing is really the base. How do bits work? There should be a bits button somewhere. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've used that side of the interface. I'm so used to looking at the streamer side. Right, that is how it works. I don't know exactly what the ratio is, if it's like 50% or whatever, but it's just a way to basically give a tip through Twitch. I appreciate that. All right, bots. Catching up on rails, and then we should be able to... Oh, I have one there. Okay, of course. Throwing off my grid. I have two of them that have fuel stations throwing off my grid. That's fine. I can see the corner of the actual grid here, so I should be able to get the radar grid working fine again. I do have my radars. Good. I would like more train tracks, please, bots. I'm getting there. How are Renia's doing? Looks like we have 6 of them done. Yeah, I said 10. One of the Renia machines can run 60 as modules, so this is going to be a pretty slow bootstrap initially. But I just don't want to use... You know, each sunflower DNA sample is 100 Logi Science.
Just want to say GTNH is better than Factorio.
GTNH is better than... Ah! I don't know about that. All right. I think we got the stuff. Let's work on... What am I doing? Og food. Just joking around with the text-to-speech? Yeah. Factorio has its roots in modded Minecraft anyway. That was what inspired the Factorio devs to begin with. Not Greg Tech, older stuff even, but does GTH have quantum antelopes? Is that in the right place? That's in the wrong place. By like 2 chunks. Come on, Brandon. Where are my radars? I'm blind. There we go. This needs to be lined up here. There we go. That's the grid. I'm really looking forward to when I finally make my giant fuel oil build and we can stop having radars on all of the fuel stations throwing off my radar grid and confusing me. I'm being a little haphazard with those power poles, but we're going to change that hookup as this track goes forward, so. And a couple more of these. That should be good enough. All right, so we're going to have 2 input stations here. Are there multiple phases to this? Not really. It pretty much all just feeds right into one assembler for the aug food. Like, we got the log processing, but that's whatever. Just 9 inputs slamming straight into one automated factory. Okay. I think what I'm going to do here then is we're going to set up this assembler here, doing the quality aug food. We'll bring in, it doesn't really matter what we bring in on this one, as long as it's not the logs, because those won't be directly inserted. So, moss, seaweed, actually, one second. How many inputs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So one of these needs to be a big station. We'll do this one as the big station. Moss, seaweed, ash, casein. What's the clock icon in the top left of native flora in Yafsi? That means that it decays. It has spoilage. Native flora decays to an intermediate form and then down to biomass. And I don't know, phalogy? That's 5 things here. And then this one is going to have the logs. There's a method to my madness, I promise. Relisias. Starch. And plastic. All right. So relisias and starch. We'll put on one belt. Been a while since you attempted pie. Yeah, well, the spoilage is new, obviously, because the decay mechanic was added in Factorio 2.0 in Space Age. That's going to be all of those inputs. Bring this down here for those two. There we go. And then we're going to have the plastic and tree seeds. So wood processing unit out directly into an automated factory. And what? 2 of these on plastic. Along with the output of tree seeds. Actually, can we do this? If we come this way, that's going to be on that side. Can we get this loaded on the side of this that I want? Yes, it's just annoying. Like that. That should do what I want. How do I run my GTNH server? Yeah, I just run it from the terminal, when I'm playing. Or when I want to let it run in the background. There's a script that comes in the GTNH server download. It's called Start Server Java 9, but they mean Java 9 or newer. It is fairly straightforward if you're basically familiar with the command line. Yeah. I like to have it up when I'm playing, because I don't know, it makes me happy to see the logs or something, so I usually just leave the terminal open on my second monitor, but I also am weird like that. Where do I want to try to route this water in? I think right here is going to be fine. Really? All right, fine. Efficiency modules for this. And then just the native flora and the output. And an output for spoiled flora. So we're going to have, what, 2 flora collectors here, which is enough for this and the other build that we're doing. And this needs to be in a loop. Actually, let's move this whole thing over one more. All right, there's the native flora, sushi belt. Input to this is fine. We need to potentially output any decayed... not the native flora, the spalanin and the biomass. And then any decay... comes across here. And this is identical to all of the native flora dumps that I make, where we just set these to biomass. And that just makes sure that the station that's actually on rails and that CyberSyn sees only has biomass in it, because, like, I don't care about the fluorospalanin. It's just an intermediate at this point in the decay chain. Biomass is what's actually useful to have. And then that is a byproduct station, so it needs a little love. What does biomass stack to? Don't know. 100. Okay. All right. This hasn't gotten ash, which, boy howdy, that's a problem. Yeah. All right. It doesn't look like we're definitely running low on ash. There's a bunch of stations that are, like, almost ready for a delivery. There's a couple stations that want deliveries. We might have to ramp up our intentional ash production, which just sounds so stupid, but that's where we are. And then here, we haven't gotten log. Logs, if we haven't been getting enough ash, then logs might also be screwy. I mean, these are running, but... maybe not great. I haven't expanded this or really even thought about it in a long time either, so... oh, there we go. There's logs. And the side loading is going fine. Beautiful. So that just means ash is the only thing that this isn't getting. All right, that's fine. I'm going to call that sufficient. So let's move on to This is why I said I wasn't worried about these power poles, because I knew I was replacing them. So that's AUG food done. The AUG Mark II bootstrapper, which is really two different builds right next to each other. Right, we have the AUG Phase 2 breeding program, and we have the AUG Phase 2 husbandry. And these are going to share a lot of input stations because they can. But, you know, when we look at, like, okay, moss is used in both of them, right? Yeah, there's 6 total inputs, which is just weird. So I think we'll bring in the energy drink and the casein separately, and we'll bring in the quality AUG food, the bedding, the moss, and the seaweed down here. The fluids will share a station, that's fine. And then they'll both feed to the main output. This one we will probably want to turn off once we're... Or maybe I just set it to, like, low priority for all of these inputs, and then it just runs whenever it can. I don't know. Because it's much more expensive and much slower than running the main AUG loop. I'm out of rail signals again. Cool. That's exciting. Do I have any I can pick up here? No. All right, that's fine. We'll get this built up, and then we'll have to move some signals around. So, for the raise AUG 2s, we're going to set that up first, I think, because it's our main station. And it doesn't really matter which order they're in this setup. So our input here is going to be, if I can hit the right shortcut keys, seaweed, moss, bedding, and AUG food. All right. I don't think there's a need to build this to be scalable at all, so I'm not going to. Although looking at what we actually have running into this, yeah, we'll figure this out. All right, we're going to have a shared belt of, well, here, let's do this. Let's get these in place. 1, 2. This is AUG husbandry and AUG raise. I don't have any AUGs in my inventory, do I? All right, shoot. There were some that were in storage at the mall, but I think they're in this one? No, maybe there weren't any. Oh, because those are Mark IIs. Yeah, there are some in storage. Think about this. I'm going to have to go get some AUGs to obviously start running these. But these, as far as common inputs go, I see water barrels, bedding, quality og food, and sap, and that's used in both of them. And then this one additionally has a seaweed and a filled milk barrel. Okay. So we can put the bedding and the quality og food on a belt together. And yeah, this is all just such small quantities in. Like, who cares? Well, is that actually going to be true once I have the modules in there? Yeah. And then our second shared belt needs to be sap and water barrels. So sap comes from 8 sap trees down here. Doesn't really matter where I do this. Although we are going to have another input station here. But that's going to be for the other og breeder, so I don't think... I think that's going to all end up further south than where this build is currently. I also definitely want to change some of this. That reach? Will that reach? Not quite. All right, well, sap trees are small, so we'll just squeeze them in right here. Let's... All right, there's sap. And then we're also going to need water barrels on there, which can really go anywhere. We're going to have to deal with getting the empty water barrels out of this loop, but that's fine. How many water barrels are we making a second? 0.082. So we'll put that there. We will put a buffer chest here with our empty barrels. And then I need to find water, which is easier said than done. Okay, let's just steal it from here then. And Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So when we're back from the break, we'll finish this build. I recommend take the opportunity to stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. What are we doing? Why is this not working? Why are we putting empty barrels in here? I'll see everybody in a couple minutes when we're back from the break, and I'll figure out why this is just passing empty barrels through. Probably because I did something stupid. I'll see y'all shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I figured out, I think, what I did wrong, and it's the same thing I always do wrong with these stupid barreling machines, and that is... yeah, it's this square where my mouse is. Let's see, if I turn off my legs, I could probably stand on it. Yeah, you can see how I'm behind the building, not hovering over it. The barreling machine is much shorter than it looks. But I also realized that I don't want it up here anyway. Turn my legs back on. I want it down here because we're also going to need water barrels for the other part of the Aug breeder. So I want both loops to be available there. Barreling machine. So we're going to do it like here. We'll take the water in. And then we will output to a belt, to a splitter. We'll just sideload that, and then the other goes wherever. And then we'll have an input side. We might need more barrels, or I might need to, like, just sushi belt them. Maybe that's the thing to do. We don't need sap for the other build, but I might just run this sap and water barrel sushi belt past the other build anyway, and that way I don't have to worry about barrels like backing up, because like if all the barrels end up backed up on one of the two halves of the build, then we're not actually going to be able to run the other half, if that makes sense. All right, so this should have... this is going to need moss, and this is going to need seaweed and Corlex milk. So let's get our fluids coming in. Corlex milk and blood? Are those the only two fluids? Those are the only two fluids. Cool. Now, I'm actually going to move this to here. This has moss as an input. How much moss? 1 a second. Okay. Moss. This is just going to be direct insertion of the pup from one to the... ooh. From one to the next. And then we're going to have basically this, except seaweed. And that will combine with output from another barreler. Come over this way. That'll be that part. Here, we need to get empty water barrels out of this and out of this. I think we'll do that. Empty water barrels and empty water barrels. And empty milk barrels, question mark? Because I think we, like, just do this. And that loops us back around on the milk barrels. The empty water barrels get looped around to an input here. This I decided to get rid of, right? We're keeping this as a big sushi belt instead of... Which means it's going to, like, come down here. We're going to want to do that. This is going to come down and then back up. And then lastly, I think this just needs an output for the augs themselves. Which, you know what? Maybe we just don't filter this output at all. Instead, we filter right empty barrels. And then as we come around here... No, we'll do it even better. We'll still filter left to empty milk barrels. And then down here, we can filter off the AUG Mark IIs, which are our desired output of this whole build. Which probably don't actually need to go on rails, huh? Now that I think about it. So I'm just going to have to think about where I want to route those to. I could put them on rails and then deliver them to the mall so that whenever I want AUG modules, I can just request them. You know what? They need to get stored in a chest anyway somewhere, so let's just throw them on a rail chest. I can't imagine why I would ever actually need to access them on rails, other than what I was just saying about maybe delivering them to the mall. But, like, they're here. All right, so we need the milk up here, and then I think we're done with this half of the setup. All right, I still don't see quality AUG food. The milk barrels are coming in. This is just missing, yeah, the first AUG Mark IIs. Oh, right, I need to loop the AUG Mark IIs. I didn't even think about that. Where do I have room for that as an input? There we go. That's going to put a lot of them on belts initially when I'm trying to bootstrap them. And that's going to be a little bit annoying. But you know what? I don't care. It's going to be running. This machine is going to be running forever. I will have thousands of AUG Mark IIs before I even know about it. So, whatever. Quality food is still waiting on what? Oh, it's running. It probably would have helped if I had built an output belt for this system, huh? There we go. So this is going to run for a while. That's fine. Up next, we have the other half of the build. And initially, I said I was gonna share the moss input, but I think it'll be easier to route everything if I just deliver this its own moss. So we're just gonna do that. This needs moss. This needs energy drinks. This needs casein. And that's it. It's also going to need the native flora. All right, we're doing AUG Pup 1. Is that what I was doing? Yeah, just AUG Pup 1 into the Phase 2 breeding program. This is what needs water barrels, so that's this belt needs to come down close to here and then scoop back up. That's fine. They need to pass between each other. What else? This needs moss and the native flora. And that's it? Okay. Oh, and I need to do a barrel output. Yeah. Barrel output to there, and that's fine. And then native flora, just as before, we will do a sushi belt. Doesn't have to be a big one. This doesn't need that much native flora. And then this is the decay out, which will also come from here. Biomass or fluorospalanin. And then this just needs a little bit of moss. Okay. That looks fine. And then here, we need the casein and the energy drink. And that is in very small quantities, so that can even just be a gray inserter. And then the albumin, which is 2 centrifuges. These guys are going to need to be circuit conditioned. And they will be circuit conditioned to greater than 2, greater than 1, greater than 1. Okay. Oh, read ingredients. No, not read ingredients. Read contents, not including crafting. There we go. So these guys will run whenever this has ingredients to spare. And that's probably good enough. This is such a slow craft. Doesn't really matter. Okay. So this isn't going to actually run until we get... Well, this needs moss. I also need AUG modules, so I'm going to have to go grab those. But I think everything here is, in theory, set up. Well, I need the outputs of this. And that can be the AUG, the Ablaze AUG, or the AUG Mark II. We only push AUG Mark IIs onto this belt. Let's actually change this to filter to barrels. And then change this one to filter the AUG Mark IIs. The Ablaze AUGs and the AUG Mark I's are both now, well, alternate outputs. Can I get this a little bit cleaner? Mark II's here. We are still on the inside belt here, but you know what? We change this. We're going to have Ablaze AUGs. Oh, which decay into regular AUGs, huh? In 4 hours. Okay, never mind. Then we don't actually need to separate these. What we do is we do this old thing. I'm just not even going to try to use the Ablaze AUGs for anything. We're just going to accept that they are going to become unblazed. And, just not even worry about it. And then we'll have another solid pickup down here. For the Mark IIs. And I guess technically this is a byproduct station, so should have the appropriate not that I have a void for AUGs, but whatever. It will at least be the high priority source, so that if we do ever get a train load of AUGs here, we'll prefer to pull them from here to go to AUG slaughter instead of the ones from anywhere else. I think this is all correct now, other than needing... Well, this needs a load of... Oh, I didn't hook up the moss. It's not that we need a load of moss, it's that I just didn't... Oh, this is supposed to be moss. I'm just an idiot. Okay. Gotcha. Figured it out. So yeah, this won't run until we put modules in it, and then this needs energy drinks before it will start requesting albumin. We're starting to make some quality AUG food. I'm going to bring that up here. Because that's the last input that this needs once we have the first couple of AUG Mark IIs. How's energy drink doing? Has energy drink turned on? No, it won't have turned on because we haven't done Renias yet. I'm assuming that's the only thing it's blocked on, though. It's also still blocked on... Oh, guar beans. Yeah. Because I haven't fixed guar. That's also true. Alright, we gotta go set up Renias then. And fix the guar build. There's literally just one missing underground at guar. And then... Yeah, we'll do Renias, and I guess we can also do the Fanyot build. Yeah, that's everything for the Renia build. Looking good. So we'll take that. And everything for the Fanyot looking good. We'll take that. I think we're just waiting for the bots here to catch up on all of the usual common components that I'm missing here. Oh, well, that's not going to work. I set this up thinking that this was a single lane, but it's not. It's 2 lanes. So we have to just change the way we do the output from this machine. That's fine. All right, probably good enough for now. Let's go fix Guar. We have to go drop off the modules for AUGs, and then we can get these other couple of AL builds going. This is all... I guess we don't need to rush Mark II buildings, since I've got the Mark II modules figured out. So really, we just need to be pushing into Hi-Sci 3 still, which is a lot of the same stuff, right? We do want to be trying to bootstrap the alien life things, so let's put those back into the priority list on the higher end. Yeah, and we're also still going to need Arcod Stage 2 and Scrondrixes, so we'll do microbiology. Yeah, okay, so it's basically all the same stuff. I saved nothing here. Oh, Land Animals Stage 2 is on the critical path because we need it for Dingrits. Okay. Well, in that case... Yeah, Scrondrixes, and then we can do Land Animal Stage 2, and then Dingrits. The reason I'm pushing through the alien life stuff is that some of it can be really, really slow to start up. So we want to have as much of it starting as possible while we work on the other parts of the science pack. I learned my lesson about that, having... There we go. Now we should finally actually be outputting seeds and not just the beans. And the gum. Man, I really went all out on this build, didn't I? Look at this mess. And the Augs here. Oh, I built this way over here. All right, yeah. I think we'll set up the Renias and the fan yachts, like right down here. Yeah, once this gets a delivery of energy drinks, it will start running. And then I just need to watch this AUG Mark II bin for there to be enough AUG Mark IIs for us to actually do anything with them. So, Renias have 6 inputs, which is an annoying amount. We can do 6 inputs on one station, and actually this is all a small enough quantity that we probably can get away with it. There's also an iron reserve right here that we just barely dodge. There's a couple of things that can decay, so we're going to have a couple of spare output stations that we need. So I am going to do this a full length neighborhood. All right, solid drop off. And this will need to be a deposit. And we need a little bit of coarse fraction, a little bit of fertilizer, a little bit of seaweed, fiber, manure, and petri dishes. And then immediately we will put this here, whitelist to rich clay. So that if any of the manure does decay, right into here, which does need to be marked as a yeah, and the issue here, which should be okay here, but with having 6 inputs, is that we only bring in 25 stacks of each instead of wanting to bring up to 30, and that means that we won't dispatch a train until there are only 5 stacks available here. It should be fine for this because all of these are very low quantity things, but for other builds, trying to do this is not great, right? All right. So that's fine. That's all of our inputs. Let's throw seaweed and fiber. Am I still doing huge buffers of spoiling things? It depends on the particular spoiling thing. For, like, native flora, I just let it spoil because I always need biomass. So, like, I'm happy to just have big buffers of biomass floating around. For, like, some things, I do try to control. Like, I set up the logic here to try not to waste seed extract. So in theory, this should only run when it won't ever spoil. I expect this to never make spoilage, although if it does, I do have a biocrud output. For plutonium, it's a whole disaster of a setup where I do have a bunch of big buffers just to let it spoil, because what else am I going to do with it? And then, like, for manure, I could probably change this so we only request manure when we need it, but, like, we expect the Renias to be running fairly consistently, and I'm not too worried about wasting manure, so this will probably just end up being a big buffer of spoiling manure. Okay. Fiber and seaweed are going into... No, sorry, I misread this. We're going to want petri dishes and manure on one belt. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. Petri dishes and manure. And that feeds into our incubator. Which also has heat coming in. And that can be fiber. Incubator is making manure bacteria. Turn my legs back on. 1 item a second out of here. We do need to have a rich clay. Oh, and biocrud potentially out. Okay. So we'll deal with rich clay and biocrud on the same set of stations here. Cool. Rich clay and biocrud dealt with. The other thing that this needs is productivity modules. And then gonna have an output here for seaweed. Hey, look. Which will feed into a high pressure furnace, do an agar, That gets modules. This gets modules. That's doing rich clay out. Oh, excuse me, that's not right. I'll just sushi belt this one, and then that way... maybe I don't want to do that. Because sushi belting this just means that if any of the manure spoils, and I should set this to decayed first priority, it'll end up back in here. Basically, we just loop it. It's kind of ugly, though. And the other thing I could do is just this. Maybe that's better. This needs water. I wonder where I'm going to find water for this build. Actually, it's kind of a pain here, because this is such a diagonal path. But that's fine. Oh, and this is kind of constrained by where its heat input is with how this build has to work, so unfortunately we're going to be doing a stupid thing like this to bring down the goo. Now... we need coarse fraction and fertilizer. Along with the manure bacteria. We're also going to need soil. Well, and Renia seeds themselves, but that's like a loop. And all that is going to feed into... oh, these are big. Jeez. Just one of them. And it's only actually going to be able to have a few modules in it. So we'll think about that in a second. Output of each of these machines, I'm assuming, is a token amount. So we'll just use mechanical inserters. Save having to route power. And then... yeah, 2 input belts, basically. And actually, no. I think we're doing this trick. And that way we have space here for both sets of pipes. Okay. And then these guys split. Priority to the right. That goes into the botanical nursery, which makes their seeds. And the first batch of seeds costs 4 of these. The rest of them are modules for the first run. There's seeds. And then on the other side of that, we need soil. And this is going to be incredibly slow. Because, yeah, we only have 6 modules to start. Actually, initially... no, we are going to need to run another batch through to get seeds. It's going to be slow before this actually starts to produce excess. It's going to take a second. And then our actual output is not going here because we have a big ore rock in the way. So I guess it goes down like here. So this should be Renia's. I mean, obviously we have to wait a long time to get some more of them to actually get the system going. But as soon as it starts to back up on seeds, we'll have extras within a few minutes, right? One of these with only 6 modules, it says 0.01. Speed is about 0.4, and the recipe takes 100 seconds to make 4 of them. So... like 1 a minute? Give or take? Slightly less than 1 a minute. No, 1 a minute. All right, cool. Well, that's going to take a little while to really get itself going, which means this system's not going to start for a while because we don't have energy drinks until we have Renia's. And that means that we're not going to have Augs for a while. Great to see the quality Aug food is starting to buffer. That's what we want to see. I realized something was wrong. Yeah, here. We're going to unfilter that, and we're going to redo, like, here. Like that. Because this is a double-sided belt, so it's not going to... We can't output to the inner lane of this. I could change this input so that it's a one-sided belt so that we could do that, but I'm already handling it correctly here. So... Oh, and this can have a urea product from the albumin. Yeah. We need to add that to our list of potential outputs, don't we? Not that we should have this spitting out urea very often, but we'll handle it. We can do that right. If I can figure out how to drag a belt. That should pretty much do it there. All right. I'm relatively happy with that. Yeah, this is going to take a couple of batches before it can manage to make enough Renias that they start to buffer. Because each batch is 4 seeds. We're sitting on 6 seeds here. So I could grab these next 4 if I wanted to babysit this and start trying to get it to run faster. I could grab the next 4 modules and throw them in. Or I can just ignore it for the next, I don't know. It's making 1 a minute. So if I ignore it for the next hour, although that's not accounting for what goes into seeds. I guess I can figure out what it will net, can't I? If I do all this Renia test, make Renias, make the seeds. We have 1 building with custom modules, 6 Renias. The whole thing nets 0.006666 per second. And that is 150 seconds per Renia, so 1 every 2.5 minutes. Yeah, maybe I want to babysit this and get just a couple more modules in, get it running slightly faster. Yeah. All right, Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock again. I do run just the 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off because I hate pre-rolls. I'm going to step away and get some water. You guys do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we're back, we'll work on... Oh, I guess we have the Fanyots to do, so we should do those. I'll see everybody shortly. Howdy, howdy, and welcome back, everybody. Renias are still going. They're going to be very slow to bootstrap. I guess I could... It's just so expensive. I could get more modules going at the mall, but I really don't want to. All right, let's get the Fagnots set up, because they're just, I think, a couple of stations as well. We look in YAFC. Og Mark II Bootstrap is done. Augs, we're still kind of working on. Moss, Glycerol, Thermosolar Power. We're going to want to think about that once we get the tech for it. Alright, these guys just have... Oh, they need a water barrel. Shoot, I need a barreling machine and some barrels. And salt should really be... Well, no. That's a small enough amount of salt. I don't... I do have some salt on rails. Most of the salt that we ship in as... we ship as saline water around the base. But I do, I think, have a little bit of just straight up salt somewhere. Yeah. And it's just chugging along. So, that's fine. And if I so desired, I could throw speed modules into this and be spitting out even more salt. Although I'd have to put down a red belt here. That's I think it's a hard mode setting. But there's a hard mode setting where you can trade off indestructible ore rocks for them being infinite. So this is infinite. There's no reason to ever prod it. But we can definitely throw speed modules on here. And a red belt and have this just go crazy. But I don't think we need to right now. All right, so again, 6 inputs. How annoying. But I need a barreling machine and a bunch of barrels for this. So let me get that requested up at the mall here. Barreling machine and empty barrels. I don't know. All right, this looks like it has all of the buildings, well, except for the paddock and the reproductive... Well, no, we'll even have the new reproductive complexes. It's just the new paddocks that we don't have. So that's fine. Have we gotten any more tree Mark IIs? We've got another 100 sap tree Mark IIs. So we can add those to this bucket as well. So we should probably think about working on the AUG rebuild at least figuring out how we're going to squish in all these moss farms and sap extractors and laying out as much of it as we can while we're waiting for the Aug Mark IIs themselves, which are blocked on Renias, so... what am I looking for? I'm looking for a radar. Because I just realized my Renias are in the dark. Okay. We don't really have space with this big pond here that I kind of want to leave in place to do any more builds. So the fan yachts are going to end up over here. Is that too close to the Augs? That's too close. I guess the other option is we could point north. Oh, I'm out of rail. Okay. Let's go grab more rails then. Oh, let me collect my bots. Otherwise, they're going to be drifting across the map trying to catch up to me. What am I doing? Oh, this. The barrels. I will collect a bunch of those, but I will leave this here to buffer some more because I don't know how many we're actually going to need for the fan yachts. That's not right. Oh. All right. It is right. I need a bigger buffer here for how much flora this build pulls when it goes from like full to 0 capacity. There's not enough buffer here for how much flora we're trying to push into biomass. When we go over there to do the AUG build, we'll fix that too. I'm not going to go mess with it now. Otherwise, I'm just kind of waiting for the bots to catch up on rail deliveries, I think, is the big thing we're waiting on. Yeah. All right, there's 1,000. That's enough. So yeah, we'll get the fan yachts done. We'll grab the stuff for the AUG build, and we'll get it readjusted so that it is ready to go for as many of the changes as we can make. Which means we'll throw in the Mark II repro complexes, even though without the Mark II anything else, it doesn't really matter. We'll get all the belts rerouted for the upgraded recipe that uses the AUG food and everything. But then we'll have to set it to, like, a fairly, we'll set it to the current recipe because we still need to be producing AUGs. Excuse me. Okay, fan yachts. 6 inputs. So this is going to be just like what I did for the Renias. Oh, wait. We don't put... No, we don't put Yotoi seeds directly on rails anywhere, do we? This build occasionally does, but that's as like a byproduct. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna make this just pull seeds, and then we'll swap over. We'll have to make a dedicated little Yotoi seed build so that when the terephthalonyl chloride is not blocked, which right now it's apparently not running. Yeah, disabled by control behavior. That way, if we don't have seeds available from here, we can get them. Because right now, we don't actually have a dedicated Yotoi seed build anywhere. And I think that'll be pretty easy to set up. Let me just make sure. Yes, we do not have a dedicated Yotoi aloe seeds build. How many do we need? 1.2 a second. All right. So we can either... Yeah, if we don't want to get the leaves out, it's better to just let the fruit spoil. And then we make the fruit from... whatever the crafting speed of 66.3, 12.8, or 12.75? Hmm. Uh, 66.3. 12.8% of that. We have 10 machines. That's not right. So each module is plus 0.3 speed, but our base speed is 0.128. So that should be 66 times 0.3. So it should be like 20, very nearly 20x. That 0.128. But that's telling me we should be getting like 2.6 crafts a second out of just one machine. So I'm doing my math wrong. Oh no, because I didn't account for the actual production time. I'm off by a factor of... There we go. Got it. 1.3312. 9.99 machines. All right. I was doing the math right. I just missed one of the ratios. I missed the fact that it's 0.2 Yotoi a second, even at full speed. Cool. So yeah, that's 10 machines. We'll make 1 1/3 Yotoi a second. And that's plenty for the fan yachts? Yeah. Okay. So this is the build we're going to have to do. And then I think coarse fraction... Oh, no. Soil we do on site. Limestone we do on site. Just use Mark 1s. Water, we water pump 4. Gravel we'll bring in. Okay. Let's get that shopping list requested. All right, there we go. But for now, we have Yotoi seeds buffered from them being a decay product of other things. So we can keep moving along here. Raw fiber. Salt. Photos. Guess what? I don't think we made Fanyot food. We did not. All right. That's another build we have to add to the list. How much do we need? 0.11 a second. What do these guys need? Oh my god, what a mess. All right. And more Bodos. Oh, did I account for that? Yes. Okay. It is accounted for in the like total Bodos input calculator of Unified Science. That's good at least. I mean, realistically, 0.72, I think, is the number for one machine. Yeah. All right. Steam, electric boiler, efficiency modules, Tufra seeds on site. Relesia seeds, I think we can ship in. I think we do make Relesia seeds at the Relesia build. We make both available. We do. It's a thing I started doing with some of the newer builds, and Tufras just don't do that. Guar we can bring in. Native flora we mine. Biology we bring in. Raw fiber, Bodos. Everything else we just bring in. Okay. A little bit of water. Okay, this isn't atrocious. It's not great, but it's not atrocious. All right, yeah, 10 inputs. That's fine. So that's 2 stations. We should have all of these things available. Okay, that's easy. We do have to deal with decay for it, but I think we just put, because the Fanyots themselves, yeah, are just 2 stations. So I think we can do the food on this side of this segment, and then the Fanyots on this side, and we're all set. So, looking at our thing, we've got 6 inputs to each of these machines. Well, 7 to this one if you include the Otoi seeds. And then... Sorry, no, 7 to this one and 7 to this one, because you also have to include the cub. What an annoying number of inputs. And a bunch of them are shared. So I think I'm just going to make a sushi belt and not even try to deal with this. That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling sushi belt. It makes so many of these alien life things just so much easier. So if that's what we're gonna do, then basically doing like this to the reproductive complex to, right, 2 Mark 1 corrals, because we don't have the Mark 2s available yet. Make the cubs. Throw in the modules. Make the dudes. Throw in the modules. Our total inputs is like 0.0 tiny amount. Yeah, it's nothing. It's effectively nothing. We use a yellow inserter because we have to feed in power anyway, but like it's kind of pointless. And then, you know what? We also do this. We just put all the outputs on there. And then we can have a couple of splitters. We're going to have, what? This guy. Empty barrels. And then here, we split out the Pyanodons. And that's it. Something like that. Except we need... arithmetic combinator, constant combinator, hold all belts, each signal on red minus each signal on green, output each. That will feed to these guys that are in set filter mode. And that should pretty much do it. And then I just set each of these things and how much I want to be in here. So like bedding, we want 14 in the loop. Fanyot food. I'm making up numbers. We'll see how full the loop looks. Well, I'm not totally making up numbers. I am trying to ratio things. Salt is 98. Water barrels are different. Raw fiber is, ouch. Yeah, and these numbers are getting big. And Yotoi aloe is 236, or Yotoi seeds. And this is probably going to fill up if we're not careful here. Yeah, this is going to want to put a bunch of stuff. So we're going to have to make some of these run on the inside of the belt, or we just change our request numbers to be less stupid, because we don't actually have to have these things properly ratioed, because these recipes are so long it doesn't matter. So we could probably say we just want like 30 of everything. And that would be fine. Oh, and this needs to be set to enable when water barrels are less than, whatever, 30. Nah, that'll work. It is not the prettiest thing in the whole wide world, but it will get the job done. And that is what matters. Cool, cool. Yeah, and right now these are taking like a long time to loop around to pick up the Yotoi seeds because everything is like in chunks. Over time, the sushi belt will get more mixed up, and it'll be easier for things to pick up what they need when they need them. At least that is the hope. And I can always add a little more space to this particular sushi belt if I need to, but... Alright. I think that's good. We're just waiting for the Phanop food. And I think this will be fine. I guess what I could have done... Maybe I should redo this. It's kind of a pain to do it that way, though. Actually, it's not that much of a pain. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, if we do these here, and then I just collect everything that's on this belt again, we're going to end up putting everything on the outside of the belt, and that leaves the inside of the belt for the things that are the outputs of the machines, which I think is just going to work better. Because the loop is pretty full, so I'll feel more comfortable if we have a lane dedicated to the machine outputs. Alright, there we go. That's not what I meant to do, but you know what? It'll fix itself. Oh, but this has a bunch of water as an output now. Ugh. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. This doesn't need any modules. I think we are good. Did I put the Phanop food request in, or did I just think about doing that. That's Yotoi seeds. That's a bunch of extra barrels, which I don't think we need. I think we have plenty for this build. I did not put a request in for the Fanyot food buildings. Let me grab that. Because I think the food is the only thing that this system is, like, missing. Yeah. Oh, and I guess, like, an output. Output might be good. Cool. And we are going to build the food, like, right here, right next to this existing build. So that won't be a problem. Let's check on the Renias as we go past and see if it is possible to put more modules in. Not quite. It hasn't quite backed up on the buffer of seeds, which means we shouldn't have any that, like, left that. No. So, like, there's enough seeds that I probably could pull them out and put them aside to be modules, but we'll just let it buffer. Each belt segment is only 8 seeds, which is only 2 crafts. So, like, we don't actually have that many crafts of Renias backed up with how short that belt is. So I'm just going to let it go a little bit longer. Let's see. Do we have... Yep, we got everything here already. Grab that. And which one is this? Oh, this is the Yotoi seeds. Yeah, let's grab the stuff for that too. In fact, let's wander over to Yotoi and grab our... What did it say? 660 modules? There we go. Should be 700. So we'll get the Fanyot food done. We'll get the Yotoi seed build set up, just because that has to get done. Renias are still going to be blocking Augs. Again, we can go do the Aug build, but I don't know that it's worth it until we have enough. Aug Mark IIs to actually do the thing. Oh, there's a few more. Let it run a little bit faster. All right, so Fanyot food is two drop-off stations. And they're both going to need to be deposits. One of them... Do I have strong feelings about what I bring into which of these stations? Not really. Relesia seeds, ash, raw fiber. Oops. A Fawaji. Woo, that was not in the search box. And I just typed a bunch of keys. Fawaji and Guar. Okay. And then up here, we have starch, Tufras, tin plate, plastic bar, and Bodos. We're going to have an automated factory here doing the actual food. That's going to get some inserters. Actually, might need several inserters. And then we're going to have a bunch of belts coming down from up there, pulling stuff through. We're going to have a electric boiler here. We're going to want to power that. Find water for it in a second. The Tufra seeds are a botanical nursery tucked right here. Which pass their seeds in. All right, and for our split belts here, Let's do plastic bar and tin plate. And then the other one is going to be starch and Bodos. All right. This should pretty much work. Yeah, we have trains on the way with everything we need. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's just get water. There's some water right here. Thank you, Alien Biomes, for all of your puddles. And then all of this to a single solid pickup down here. And the reason we're hooking this up to the trains instead of directly routing it to the fan yachts is just because we'll eventually need food for other parts of, you know, fan yacht upgrades or whatever else. So we want to make sure that we properly have them available outside of this build. Cool. What are we waiting for? Oh, we need native flora for this. I mean, that's the same setup up here, right? Yeah. I am. Do I pull this as a separate belt? I think I don't. I think I just take this flora collector and we throw it in next to the other ones. And then I can take this belt of flora here. And bring it out. food out there. And then this will be any decayed stuff. Which can just feed right in there. Same thing. That is decay. Okay. That is fine. That should keep this system running. Did I say that there was an issue here with... No, not this one. Shoot, I've already forgotten where it was. Oh well. There was an issue somewhere with a native flora spoilage buffer that was overflowing. But now I don't remember where that was. Not quality of rock food. Ah, this one over here. Yeah. We don't have enough chest capacity here for how much fluorospalanin needs to be allowed through this system. So let's figure that out. If we look at hog food, 2 Mark II flora collectors. So that's... Oh, with speed modules. All right. Well, call it a little more than 10 a second. So native flora spoiling at 10 a second. At 10 a second. 120,000 slots. And this has, what, 50 times 120. So nowhere near enough. Yeah, that's only 6,000. So we would need... Whoa, okay. 20 warehouses. Well, there's your problem. Unfortunately, I think... Do we just have to do that? I mean, the other option is to figure out how to turn off native flora, right? When we don't need it. Which I also don't really want to do. Although these ones are dedicated to that build. So we could try to do it. Because, like, we can run a signal across here just fine. And then I'm assuming we can enable disable these guys. If we can't, we can enable disable the belt right in front of them. And that will greatly reduce the amount of... I mean, it's nice to have the spare biomass. I always need biomass. And worst case, biomass is ash. Which I also always need. But... that's too much. Alright. Twitch is telling me it is once again ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. I recommend you do the same. If you haven't moved in the past hour, stretch your legs, hydrate. And I will see everyone in just a couple of minutes when we're back from the ad. Welcome back, everybody. This is waiting for Ash, which is, I guess, fine. These guys are waiting for the food, so let's go ahead and set up. We need to get Yotoi seeds going in a permanent way, because right now we're relying on Yotoi seeds that are byproducts of other things. These ones should be... like that, right? Yeah, because that's a real intersection. And maybe I should just go back to having... I used to have these chain signals in this blueprint, so they would be applied here whether there was another intersection next to it or not. Maybe I should just go back to doing that, but... let's see. Oh, this is easy. This is just one station in and one station out. What are you? Niobium? Oh, big patch of coal here, too. All right. So, input for Yotoi seeds is... It's gravel. Buffer some extra, doesn't really matter. And that goes into, we've got 10. I could probably do this in a way that they take up less space, but you know what? I don't care. Yeah, and we have a few extras. Knew that was going to be the case. So, gravel into each of those. And then we'll have another belt here, and this is just going to be soil and limestone. And then each of these spits out a little bit of Yotoi. And that will feed... This has to be a double because we need the Yotoi to decay. This is going to be just the seeds. And the output... Oops. How much does this make? 1.3 Yotoi a second. Okay. Not even going to bother with better inserters. Oh, water. Hmm. Sure. All these guys are turning on. That should pretty much be it. There should be plenty of space. How many slots do we need for decay? 320 slots. Yeah, there's plenty in here. So we don't have to worry about this backing up. I think that's good. Log Food Mark II is still rolling along. Benyot Food is still waiting for Ash. Which makes me think that I do actually want to go... And I already put the request in. Why am I sitting on an automated factory? Not sure. I already put the request in for more warehouses because I think, just want to make the buffer that's needed for the plants. Because it seems like we need more ash, and biomass just gets turned into ash, and we've had issues with biomass shortages anyway. So I think we just let all of that native flora just turn into a bunch of biomass and move on with our lives. All right, we do need more warehouses than are currently available. How many of those do we buffer? Oh, only 10. Yeah, we should buffer some extras. Just so I have them around if I need them. For times like this when I want to request a few extras. Normally 10 is all I keep in my inventory, so this would always be able to fill my inventory. But... And this is going to want to make... Maybe I should get those being made automatically on the bus, just because that's a lot of... That's a lot of crafts that it has to do here. Sorry. Like 300 of these that have to get made for really just making a couple of dozen. I mean, it's warehouses and deposits. But still, 46. That's a lot of crafts. All right, I want to figure out... I want to get myself organized, and I want to make sure I have notes, because we left a bunch of stuff mostly done, and I don't love that. Like, we need to make sure that we remember to... grab Renias and module them up. We need to make sure that we... I don't think there's anything we need to remember with this. This is just running. This will just turn itself on when it actually starts to get the guys. I don't think there's anything I have to do special about it. Same with this. This just needs its ash delivery. Cool. So maybe I didn't leave all that much that's like half done. But let's add to top Renia modules as they bootstrap. Og food flora decay. 20 warehouses in a line. Okay, I think those are the only things that are kind of left in a weird state right now. These guys just want food. Their food wants ash. Ash is still screwy. What else is going on? Are circuits still running? Circuits have halted. MOSFETs this time. Excuse me? Excuse me? Aramid? Didn't I just, like, expand Aramid? Didn't we just redo this? Yeah. And we just redid molybdenum, too. Uh-oh. Are we backed up on something? Water. Am I an idiot? Yes, I am. I hooked up the water output to our water pump. I hooked it up as if it was a water input. Yeah, this needs an outfall and stuff. Okay. My bad. Let's fix that in YAFC. Yeah, that's a water output, and I do have it just looping. So that needs to be voided. Yeah, okay. 12 a second is no problem, though. So I just need to grab an outfall from the mall, and we can hook that up. All right, and I do want to wait for a few more of these warehouses as well. Because once we have like 20 of these, I can go do the decay setup for the Augs as well, and that Aug food decay setup is on the way to where we want to be going. So, I guess while we're waiting, we're going to have the techs for Arthurians soon. And then Crydrins. So let's take a look at that. Let's figure out what we need. Unified science. We make Arthurians, I'm pretty sure, just for Crydrons. Yeah. This is saying bare minimal Arthurians is sufficient. And then Crydrons as well. Just one Crydron enclosure. All right, so we're not going to have to do a lot when it comes to bootstrapping these, at least for PySci 3. So Crydrons. Yeah, not one a second. How about... Where is it? 0.3. Okay, so it's one enclosure worth. Which needs an entire second enclosure just for the seeds, but that's fine. Oh no, but that's accounted for in this view, isn't it? Because we make the... No, we don't make the seeds. I didn't account for that. Okay. Although we only need still less than half of one, so yes, it could be. I think that's enough. 0.013. What does Unified Science say? 0.0095. Yes. So this would be enough. But because I didn't account for the seeds, I didn't account for the full scale of the Arthurians. So 0.01 a second is really the number. And like soil on site, easy. This is stupid. This isn't even a real build. Surely these get used for something else. The adrenal cortex. Oh, is used in Negacia. No, but that's what I'm doing here, right? We are making the adrenal cortex, yeah, for the Negacium. Okay, we need these eventually for gene transfer agent. This just feels like a tiny build, and I'm so used to AL... wanting me to build a lot bigger. Which is what makes me think I'm missing something? Okay, this definitely gets used in a lot more things in the future. But not until we're later on in life. Alright, this might be all we're doing at the start then. So that's fine. And... Arthurian. We only need 0.0083. And that will be this. I mean, we'll do, I guess, a whole pen's worth. Arthurian cubs. Arthurian eggs. Bedding, Vrock cocoons. Yeah, nothing here is awful. Oh, interesting. We can prod the cubs. All right, so base speed is 12.1%. 16 modules times point... All right, so I think it's just a crafting speed of 2. We're going to try that and see how close we get. 0.015384. And not quite, but close enough. Yeah, this is just tiny amounts of all of its inputs. Water pumping, loop the barrels. Okay. These are also just not that bad. Oh, we probably have to use pen mark 1s to start with. Because I'm assuming the pen mark 2s are gated behind the same... Yeah. So this will be the initial build, and then we can switch over to pen mark 2s pretty easily if we wanted to, and double this. I see. So yeah, this one almost certainly has a speed of 1/9. Because plus 800% is 900% times 1/9 is a speed of 1. So this should be exactly 2 out of 130. Yeah, and it is. But then the tier 2 machine has a speed of not 1/9? It's like 1/9 plus 1/90th? Is it 11 out of 90? If so... I don't know. I don't feel like doing that math. This works out at least. So this will be what we build initially for these guys. There's nothing interesting here as far as their inputs for the Arthurians or the Cridrons. Cridrons? Okay. So I think that's fine for both of those as those techs come in. The next one after that, after a few intermediate technologies, which is probably going to unlock some things. Oh, a new primers recipe. A new DNA polymerase recipe. Okay, we'll have to look into both of those to see if they're worth... if they're better than our current options for DNA polymerase and primers. And then great alien samples, which I assume we're going to need in the tech. Yeah. But more importantly, Scrondrixes. And these are going to need great alien samples to even bootstrap them. So we're going to have to get great alien samples going. Okay. That's going to be, I think, our next big set of builds is figuring out great alien samples, because there's a lot that goes into this. And we'll figure out if we want to update primers or DNA polymerase, or if we want to stick with the old builds when we go through and figure this out. All right. But definitely we need Arthurians before this, because we need Arthurian eggs for great alien samples. And possibly also for the new DNA polymerase, and I need to compare this to the other primers recipe. I have no idea off the top of my head. Graphene is a whole processing chain that we're going to have to figure out. That's definitely not going to happen tonight. Anything else for Scrondrixes? It doesn't look like it. Ooh, pardon me. Okay. And then we need fiberglass before Scrondrixes. Why? Phosphate glass for their codex. Is that in? Ah, that's in the fiberglass. Okay. It's not really anything to do with any of the fiberglass, is it? It's just its own thing that's tucked in here. But that's what we need fiberglass for before the Scrondrixes. All right. And then on the other side of the world, oh, we're going to need aerogel, and then we'll get Dilmos. Okay. Well, Arthurians and Cridrins at least will be easy. We're going to need to figure out what we're going to need as far as... It seems like small amounts of the phosphate glass and of the... No, graphene roll feeds into great alien samples, which we're going to need for science. So that we're going to have running, like, consistently. Same with Arthurian eggs. But the phosphate glass just feeds the Scrondrix Codex. Yeah, it's used in, it looks like, buildings and codexes. It's used in low power resistors, which I'm assuming is circuit 3. Which is in red. Okay. I don't know if I want to look into circuit 3s to figure out how much phosphate glass I'll need to build to have it, like, run consistently. That seems like looking too far ahead to me. But I will at least keep it in mind when I'm building phosphate glass that we're going to need to potentially scale it a lot. And we'll plan to enable that. But short term, we don't really have to. So we're going to need graphene, we're going to need great alien samples, and we're going to need phosphate glass before we can do Scrondrix. Oh, good. These guys are going to use a bunch of meat. Fantastic. All right. So to-do list. Arthurians are going to happen. Cridrins are going to happen. A lot of this is waiting on text, though. I don't love having stuff in here that is specifically blocked on tech. But it is what it is. Graphene is going to be one of the next ones, and great alien samples. Okay. And then we've got the sort of standing things, the gigantic fuel oil build that I still haven't done. The reason I still haven't done that is because I'm still not convinced that we can bootstrap the, it's not even 220 anymore, is it? 266. Trains that we're going to need. Well, I guess it's 265, isn't it? Because one of those is the special, the migrator train. And the fuel build is primarily for trains and then secondarily to fuel the rest of the base on something a little more predictable than something a little more predictable than all of the random burnables, right? So stainless is halted on ferrochrome, and ferrochrome is almost certainly halted on molten iron. Just because of how we've prioritized all of our molten metals. Yeah. Is that also going to potentially break red chips, though? Does anything here use ferrochrome? Yeah. Yeah. So that's going to become a problem very shortly. How's molten iron doing? Are we running right now? We're not, and it's not oleochemicals. It's the RMAC. Why is the RMAC 12D broken? Oh, no, it is oleochemicals. Never mind. So really, we're back to the, we really need AUG 2s going. And again, for that, we need to start getting Renias coming out of this system so we can start getting the modules fully built up. And then we'll also be feeding some into... Ooh, is this system halted? Oops. I did not account for biocrud output out of this. Okay, we gotta go fix that. I also do have enough warehouses here, so we've got a couple of things to go fix. The AUG flora decay, the water output at molybdenum, and down there, that missing output handler for biocrud in the agar crafter, which I should probably set up with some kind of circuit condition. So let's fix that too. So for one thing, that. But for another thing, this should only run if this has... So what is it? It's 1 petri dish and 3 manure to 1 agar. Okay. We can do that. Okay. So, read contents. Good. And this can also read hold all belts. All right. The manure needs to be divided by 3, though. So we're going to need one more here. All right. So we're going to take manure divided by 3. I'll put that as manure. This one is going to be Petri dishes minus agar. Oh, and this is fully buffered on manure bacteria, so we need to add, I guess, add a buffer to this and include that in our calculations of whether to run this. We're going to call this one... Oh, it doesn't really matter. That one's on the red output. And then this one is going to be green manure minus agar. Agar. And that's going to be on green. All right. So if red agar is less than green agar, output agar from red. And this one is the opposite. And then all of that together feeds you know what? I could actually just add it to the same set. And manure bacteria is less than 5K. And then... yeah. So what this is saying is that we can process 5 agar. Oh, and it just went negative because everything has... we're spoiling the manure. That's fine. So we hook up to this. We enable when the agar signal is greater than 0. Maybe we don't read that one. And that'll only account for the agar that's in here. What's the time for a craft of this? 8 seconds. 5 seconds, yeah. So this should want to run whenever... it's going to have to drain its buffer. But as soon as this has, you know, enough petri dishes and manure in it, this will be allowed to spit out more agar. Right now we're at a negative number. Shortly we're going to be at 0. And as soon as it goes positive, that's saying that we have space for Agar again. Yeah, and it's at -1 because 7 manure is only enough for 2 Agar, but we have 3 in here. 6 manure is exactly enough for 2, so we should be at 0. And then as soon as this runs... There we go. That turns on. It's going to spit the Agar out, and then it's going to turn off. Cool. That works. That should stop that from ever making biocrud, probably, but it has a biocrud output just in case. Let's... Where am I, and where am I trying to go? We got to go fix this, the output buffer here, and then molybdenum plate. So I'm down here. I think we go all the way across, up, and then across. Right. This... All right. That'll do the job. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. I say that a lot playing this game, but I think this will be able to do what we need. Oh no! I accidentally, like, released a couple of my bots. Where are they going? How even do I pick these guys up? They're going so fast! I have to wait for their batteries to die. And then I should be able to grab them. Or wait for them to arrive at whatever network they're trying to get to. I can't believe I did that. All right. Where are we going? Oh, here. All right. Oh. We can also pull the bots out of this network. We haven't needed them in a long time. How many Vrock Mark IIs do we have sitting in this thing? I don't know. I don't know if we have enough. Do we think this machine needs to keep running? That's more than 20,000 Vrock Mark II. No, more than 2,000 Vrock Mark IIs. Okay, so this should be, as far as this goes, this looks ridiculous, but it does seem to be what is necessary to handle, like, the worst case decay load. If my math was correct anyway. I think because it was backed up, it has not been, you know, decaying quite that. There isn't that much of it because it was backed up, right? We weren't constantly pushing out new. But once it starts running consistently, we will have, eventually, we will have this much backed up. Or I did my math wrong, and I have way more of those than I actually need. That's also a possibility. Brennan did their math wrong is always a possibility. Oh, we already have an outfall here. It's just not hooked up to anything. Cool. I just have to be not an idiot, and there we go. All right, molybdenum is back. That should fix aramid. We make plenty of aramid. We just didn't have molybdenum running. And that will hopefully fix electronics. Again, there's nothing we can do about iron and everything that depends on iron until we can improve oleochemicals. Which is just waiting on... Hey, we have some more modules here. Once we get a couple more modules in this, it won't be so bad to, like, babysit it and grab the modules as they come out and get the other ones all turned on. Which might be what I go do. I might just go... Because of how modules work, it is always slightly faster to run more machines with fewer modules than one machine with all the modules. And usually I do it this way because it buffers less stuff, right? We'd be buffering a lot more of the Renia seeds if we had more of the Renia buildings up and running, because we'd have a much longer belt. But if I'm just going to leave this and let it run forever, and I don't really care about that at the moment, then we can... We can do that and hook this up. And this will run ever so slightly faster. Because if you think about it, each of these has a base speed of, 1, well, a fraction of 1. And then each module adds 1 to it. So we were running on, 4, 8, 12. We'd be running on 18. Plus 1 is 19. Here we're running on 23. So it is ever so slightly faster. But also, we're going to be feeding a bunch more of the modules into filling up this belt. So, is that better or worse? I don't know. Hey, Tank Renji, good to see you. I think if I'm going to ignore it for a long time, this is better. Yeah, faster by 0.001. It's not significantly faster, but it is faster. I don't know, 23 out of 19 is actually a decent... That's like 20% faster. That's worth it, I think. Maybe. But until these guys really all get ramped up on their modules, and they need so many modules, unless I'm sitting there babysitting it, the difference doesn't really matter. Almost certainly true. I am gonna... My math says it should be the other way around. We should be getting more modules sooner with more machines running. Right? Because each machine has a base speed in addition to the speed from each module. So spreading them thinner should be slightly faster. Give or take, obviously, the output modules that are now being looped into more seeds that have to be buffered on the belt. But steady state, it should be faster. I just hand-delivered the first batch of the Fanyot food, just because this is going to be slow, and I don't want to wait. So these guys should start running. Yeah. First cubs. First cycle finishes faster, which speeds up the second cycle. And okay, that makes sense. Six cubs to 3 adults. Jeez. Only if I'm babysitting. Yeah. Right. If I was babysitting and feeding the modules back in by hand, I think it would be faster to do it that way, because each cycle finishes a little bit faster. But if I'm just going to let them run and then come back to want as many as possible, then just letting them run slightly higher total throughput, so spread thin, which is probably the same thing I should do here, because I don't want to babysit these guys. Yes, we have the Bodos. We've had them for a while. They're just chilling. Oh, helps if I set the recipe. Do I need to set a limit on, like, how many cubs can be in this belt? I didn't even think about that. Yes, we only need a third of a repro complex. So if I don't limit this... I mean, do I even care? I don't know. Arbitrary number. Doesn't really matter. There's plenty of space on the inner lane of this belt, so 20 is fine. And that'll give them, I'm glad I thought of that and caught it. We might need... I mean, it seems like we've got plenty of space for, Do I just need a little more input capacity on this? Oh, I do. Yeah, this runs like 3 seeds a second. That was my bad. I just need, like, that. Now they should be able to actually keep up with the input demands of this. We might still not have enough seeds in the loop. I might just need to let this put more seeds in the loop, or maybe put the seeds on the other side of the belt where there's more space for them. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take the seeds out of this. Let's drop a couple of these guys. Set to seeds. Set to enable when seeds are less than... I had everything else set to 30. Let's try like 60. And let's just see if that, is better able to keep up with the demand. My other concern, of course, is that we're going to have enough space for the outputs. We might not be able to sushi belt this. We might have to give up on the sushi belt, which is annoying. The sushi belt takes too long to loop compared to how quick this runs. You can see we're not going to get Bodos because all the Bodos are over here. And I could make this a red belt, which would help with that. But, like, fundamentally, I just don't think this works. This only has 4 inputs anyway. This has 5. All right, yeah, we're redoing this without the sushi belts. Oh, that was more than I meant to delete. Let's try to do this without deleting our buildings this time. Okay, so these guys are going to have... What's the shared belt? Bodos and food. Okay. So that's a grand total of 0.2 Bodos and 0.1 food. So, like, really basically don't care. That can just be one of these, one of these. Good. Next, let's move this down here. This is also going to need a belt that has bedding and seeds on it. And then lastly, we need water barrels here, and this needs water barrels and cubs. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the barreling machine. We're going to output... How many water barrels do we use? Like 0.5. Okay. We're going to output here. We're going to loop up this way, like that. And then that should give us water barrels in here and also cubs out. So that should be good there. Lastly, we just need our outputs. So this needs to be allow listed to the cubs. This one to the empty barrels. For these guys, it doesn't matter. There's no particular allow list. Because we want the cubs and the barrels. It all comes over here. Fanyots. Not the cubs. the adults. All right. No more sushi belt. And I'm backwards on what side of the belt I want these on. Of course I am. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, no, this is easier. Let's do this. Let's just do it right, Brandon. Why does this have raw fiber? What did I think needed raw fiber in this build? Oh, I accidentally set this to Pyanodon 2s. That's why. Was I planning ahead to scale this up because we're going to get the tier 2 recipe in this tech tree? I must have been. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to have raw fiber coming in, and it's needed. The raw fiber and the salt are used in both. Okay. Okay. Understood, but handleable. So that's going to be like this, except raw fiber and salt. And then this has to make its way up to like... Ugh. And if we just send this one up to the top, and then like along here, we can just feed that into each of these just like that. And like that. Okay. I'm calling that actually done now. Prepared even for the next tier of the tech. I'm gonna call it here for tonight. I'm making silly mistakes, so that's probably a sign that I'm tired and or hungry. Probably both. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. And we'll be back with Pi in just a couple of days. Thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you next time.